Hey everyone, how's it going? Hopefully you can hear me all right. Thanks for the follows. Oh, I need to probably mute this thing. Thanks Dylan for the follow, the raid as usual, man. Um, Happy to be part of your streams as well as have you here on mine. Surprise raid! Oh my god, nobody knew, right? One bite, then everybody is here. So you're probably gonna see a lot of stream today because we are continuing the work we did yesterday, right? With the Twitch extension, right? And that means we have to have some stuff um, on screen. So you'll see here, there's a little box that you probably can't see, but when we click it, right, it if it works, when it works, or I don't know if it's gonna work. Yeah, it lets us accept the thing, and then we see a little say hi button, and then when we press it, we can't see shit right now, but some text is appearing there. So it's not very nice looking right now. But hello everyone, my name is Leandro. In case you don't know me, I also stream OCaml and stuff. I've been building a web stack lately in a sort of, let's say, a runtime for OCaml called Riot. You can find more on Riot if you just bang Riot on the chat, like that. You'll see the repo and so on. And I'm also part of the caravan, so if you were on Dylan's stream but are not yet on the caravan, just go to one of these two discords. Actually, the Riot Dev is mostly internal for Riot development stuff, but the caravan is where all the magic is happening, so you can join there. Yeah, that's about it. Any questions? Any questions? No? If so, we can get straight into that. I also like to play music that people suggest. So if you have any songs you want to play, just drop a link and we'll make it happen. So I'm gonna close the chat here so that it's not so busy on screen, right? It'll take a little bit until all the recursion goes there. Yes. And the last thing I was doing was in Bazaar, which is a little test, right, server we'll be building. I started adding an endpoint for doing some search just to play around with that. So we got a post, right? You have an endpoint here, so slash search. You got a controller. The controller takes a connection, reads the body, runs the query, the body, right, over a search engine, and we get results, and then we serialize that to JSON, and then we return that the JSON as a response. So I was playing around with that, and I realized that Serde, like everybody was today saying, "Oh, I am so happy with my code," and just about that time, I was trying to do this, and Serde doesn't support lists, and I'm like, "No, why did you do this, Leandro? Like, past Leandro, you should have been more thorough." Fuck. Yeah. So we're gonna put a pin in that, I think, for a little bit, and go back to the other stuff we were trying to do yesterday. But if we end up needing to serialize the list, this works great, by the way, if you don't have a list. If you just have like an int or something, you can do a post. Actually, I think we have a bug in the deserialization of the request. But if you do a post like that with a body, then we actually put together the record and you insert it to serialize that into a response, and then we just turn it into a string that we can send over the wire, which is kind of nice. Yeah. So we'll leave that at that, right? And we'll go back to the thing we were building yesterday, which is a little key value store called OTS, OCaml term storage, right? Which we need to make work, right? So that, let me walk you through how this works, right? So, where is it? Okay, here it is, right? This is a diagram of how a Twitch extension works. So you have all of the stuff on top of that goes into Twitch. We don't care about that. We don't handle that. The extension itself, right? That little node here in the middle. Now, that one is the page that we tell Twitch to load, right? When the extension is enabled. So when on the stream, here, right? We click on that button, right? The first time, it actually says, you want to accept this or not? Then it loads a page, and I can show you, right? If we go here into the network, if we go into, not WebSockets, but I guess all, and then we'll do video overlay. That's the name of the thing. I'll refresh the page. I think it's not going to load at first, right? But then as soon as we click on that button, right, and say accept, boom, it loads the video overlay. And this is a little bit of code, right, that we have written that we upload to Twitch, so Twitch actually can get it and put it in front of people, right, in front of the streaming window, which is great. So that part is the extension. And then the extension is an iframe, right, that will receive messages from Twitch from the parent frame, right, via post message, which is absolutely fantastic. Because you get this nice little message passing interface between the actual Twitch application running around you and the extension. And thankfully, or both thankfully and unfortunately, I built a lot of stuff around extensions, iframes, and post message at other companies. So it's nice to see that model being used, or I feel like I'll be comfortable using that model. Anyways, once you load that page, you have a page. You can do whatever. Oh my God, Pre-100 is subscribed. Amazing. Thank you so much for the subscribe. Hey, Prometheus, thanks for the follow. Hold on. New background? What do you mean new background? No, it's the same background. It's no background. So this is the OG setup, and most of you caught me while I was panic streaming while I was cat sitting at Juliana's house, a friend. So the background you're used to is the kitchen, right? But at home I have a screen, and behind this there's my kitchen, but it's a mess, so you ain't gonna see that. Whew, we got a request. Let's see about that. Evolutionary sleeper. Okay, we're gonna put this one to the queue. So it will run next. Dope. I reserve the right to skip it. Hey, it's Cyprian. Thanks for the follow. Alright, so essentially, the extension is a page that can do whatever. And in our case, our extension here, right? If I just open the code here, is just waiting for Twitch to authorize the frame. And then when it does so, then we open a socket. And then when we have a button that says say hi, right? We'll see. It's about to start. And you click the button, then we send something on the socket, and then when a message comes from the socket, right, we append it to this list. So this is all fun and games, right? But it's not very interesting. Why? Because right now, when I click on this button, the text I'm seeing, right? Oh, sorry. This happens if you click the button too fast. It's kind of annoying. The text I see there, right, goes from my machine to the server, right, and back. But it only works for me. So if I give any of you access to the extension, right, and you click say hi, I won't be able to see your messages or vice versa. And to fix that, right, I would like to introduce in something like channels, right? Phoenix pops up. right? Like this. So from the client side, right, we can connect to the socket and we can say, I would like to sort of join a channel, right? Subscribe to a particular topic. I think the pub sub terminology is good here. So then when I click on that button and the message goes to the topic, all of you who are also subscribed, right, will get the message. But one way of building that, right, or rather, I think the best way of building that would be to have a way to save, right, the mappings between the topics that are available and who is currently connected there, right? So to do this, we start building. Let's see if we can find it. We cannot find it here. We were essentially trying to build ETS. Let's see if Elixir has a good page for ETS here. Yeah, Erlang term storage, right? Which is a very, very nice way of saying, I just want a little table in memory, right? And I want it's going to be a key value sort of table. It has a few modes of operation, but we don't really support those at the moment, right? And the idea is that we will have one process that will be a channel that will coordinate this. So when you log in, no, it's not really an RSS feed. It's just essentially pops up, right? I can do something on one of the clients, like you can be watching the stream and just press a button, and then that action goes to the server and then ends up in all of the other viewers' screens, right? Now, what do we do with that action? It depends, but the main idea is that you want to be able to capture some intent from a user, like press a button, hover over something, right? And then go to a server and do something with that, right? And either come back to you or go to everybody else, right? So it's kind of general. So right now the idea would be that like the main thing we want working is that if I press on say hi, right, on screen, all of you, right, will see a message saying say hi, and then if any of you presses and say hi, then all of us, right, will see that message there, right? So that would just be a way of having you all interact with each other and the stream. Of course, we can build all sorts of cool things with this, right? And there are some streamers that have built overlays, right, for games like Dota or Baldur's Gate. And my god, they look fucking amazing. Like in the Dota ones, you actually get to see usually in Dota, at the bottom of your screen, you see your spells, right? And you can actually hover over those, right? And you get descriptions of what the spells does, right? And things like that, which is mind blowing. Gotta go. Meditation today. See you another day or later tonight. Cool. Enjoy your meditation. I haven't seen it, but I can imagine what it would do. Because I've seen the one for Baldur's Gate where you can actually open the spells tree and have a look at how the spells changes over the levels. And I'm like, what the hell? This almost feels like playing the game, right? Anyways, so we're gonna try to get that back and forth. And right now it's pretty basic, but as soon as we have uh, the pipelines laid out, we want to be able to send more structured data so the server can do more things. Because right now we're just sending a message and it comes back and we append it to the DOM. So pretty dumb, right? Sure. Hey, people keep commenting on these things. I don't. I trust. Mm, I don't know how else to say it, but like, yeah, it's almost instinctive, right? People are talking about, well, you want to have relative numbers to be able to jump around, but at some point, I just don't really care. I don't need to be that precise. I just trust my hands, and they do the thing they need to do. Okay, we're not here for this. We're here for this, and also this, right? But this doesn't do much. So this is the overlay. Oh my god, it's so bright. Sorry, chat. Promise not to open that again like that. Cool. All right, let's do this. We're gonna. We started building the term storage, right? Key value storage, and we have some issues here because we have types, right? So it's not as straightforward as we would hope. Like you have some constraints, and you have to make sure that when you make a term storage, you actually upfront specify what values you're going to put in there. We can make this also be heterogeneous, which is what I was trying to do first here, right? But we have an issue, and the issue is that if you have multiple processes, like multiple things, right, trying to get something, you would need to already have the key. Like the thing I don't like about this model is like the key holds information, right, about the value that you can extract with it or you can put with it, right? Which I think is fine if you don't have the key. If you already have the key, or if you only have one place where you're going to be using the key from, or yeah, I think that's sort of the case. Because if I all of a sudden need to distribute this key, let's say we create a key, right, for our pub sub channel, and this will be key, and we'll call it um, TV, Twitch, Leos data, right? So that will be the key. Now this will have to be some form of global somewhere, right? For us to be able to use it on different processes. Maybe that's okay. It is. I guess it's more troubling when you have to put things. No, never mind. Okay, we're gonna make a change here. We're gonna require you to create a key ahead of time so you know what that key will be associated with, and we'll see how far we can take that. it's installed, we go back here. We have our store, right? And I'm gonna do a little let operator there. So Starlink should return what? It returns a result. That's good. Alright, this Starlink does not return that. Okay. Don't care about that right now. So we need this speed, right? We need that speed to be able to access the store and say, hey, I want to get something, read something, or write something from there. The alternative would be to actually thread that, right? So our endpoints here, right, like get will have a key, and this will be store controller, right? We would have to do store here to inject those dependencies. But thankfully we have oh, that's a good one. That really works. Make an extension or bot command that we can add Spotify music to the queue with a Spotify link. I think we can make a bot with that. So you do bang Spotify, add, drop a link, and that just puts it in the queue. That sounds good. Make it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it should be trivial, right? To extract the URI. Oh, sorry, folks. I didn't actually put the other microphone nearby, so you didn't get the nice MSAR on my. You know what I'm talking about. My mic is quiet too. Or is the music loud? Because volumes are exactly the same as yesterday. Overkill. Overkill. All right, let's give this a shot. We gotta balance the volumes up. Music right now it's at minus 50, minus 45 decibels. Gonna bump that all the way, right, to about 40 to 35, right? Now the voice itself is usually, right, sitting between 25 and minus 10, right? Which is not gonna clip ever, right? Which is nice. We can bump that up quite a bit as well, right? Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Now if I raise my voice, then we get to like minus 7 decibels, something like that. So this should bump all of the volumes up quite evenly, I'd say so. Like the difference between my voice and the music should be roughly the same we had before, right? Maybe it's perceived a little differently, but at least on the gauges, right? It's about the same. So you can determine whether to bump my volume up or down, right? On your end. But I give you enough volume to play around with. Actually, I think I should be able to even check this out without affecting the stream. Okay, prepare for chaos. Hello. Ah, yeah. You're right, Ryan. It's actually not that loud. What the hell? I might need to do more heavier compression on my voice here. Hello. Gain reduction. Hello. Yeah, I think this is gonna. Oh, that VSD. This is part of the Apogee Purple Knobs. Yeah. Okay, so I can hear myself much louder now. So I hope that you will too. But that also means this will be a little louder. Okay. Thanks for that, Ryan. All right, we go back. So one problem we have here is that if we're gonna get we cannot get keys from the outside. That is one thing I didn't like about that. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's okay because it's forcing you to use this store internally, right? But I feel like this flexibility kind of sucks because I would like to be able to parameterize my store, right? So that I know that okay, the keys are strings, done. You can just say like, give me hello, right? And that gives you something or none, right? But in this case, I get a key from the outside, and then I get a string, right? My God, what is happening? Why is that so slow? There is a massive delays here. There you go. I get a string, but now I actually have to come up with a stored key type, right? To be able to get something. And since this is a string, I have no fucking clue, right? What the ASCII value type would be, right? On Erlang and Elixir, that's fine because you just get whatever. but we can do better. I think I would like the store, right? To be able to recreate keys, right? With any value that you want. So the whatever string you have here, that would be a valid key. That should be fine. Till the morning, till I'm gone, I'm gone. We might need to functorize. So if I make a functor, right? And the module type of base doesn't need to be that large. We really just need to know the type of the key, right? And the type of the value. By the hour. So we can just use a hash table, right? And just to be key b value. Definitely less flexible, right? Hash table create. And hash table find opt. And I think this is the other way around. Yeah. Table, and then we'll do key, right? So you don't actually get a start link like that, right? I mean, we could ask you to give us a module, right? B, the false base, and then we just call make here, right? Would be. Hey Glitch, how's it going? Panama. Nice. Gotta love a small break. Alright, so that helps us build a module that actually handles, right? So make server, really. This is our server, and that's good. But, unfortunately, this does not let us operate, right, over... It doesn't let us do the thing we want to do. Because we don't want to pass that module around over and over and over. It's coming along. We had yesterday, right, and a Twitch extension that actually can send data from the Twitch channel from a viewer into a server and back. And now we want to be able to store information about the socket and the server, right? So we can build channels. So then everybody on stream will be able to interact with everybody else through that, which is nice for building overlays that are interactive. I'm sure you've seen some streams that have overlays where like somebody says something in the chat, right? And then something happens in the overlay, right? So stuff like that. But even further, even one step further would be, does OCaml have a WebSocket? Well, we wrote one on stream a couple of weeks ago. Oops. Uh, so it's, I don't know if it's decent, but it's the one we have. Yeah, we have written quite a bit of OCaml. Yeah. So the next step from being able to interact with the overlay, right, through chat, is to actually interact directly with the overlay, and this is what we're going for here. So one thing that I was thinking is that as soon as we have the, let's say, the pops up in place, right? I'm not writing the entire. I will be honest here. I thought some of these things, right, like just getting something up and running, was gonna be impossible, and then I started looking, and it was like, huh, why do people make it seem so hard, right? It's like, sure, the RFC is written very strangely, and it's, you have to sit down and go through it, and it's not my cup of tea. But there's other implementations, right, in other languages where people have already done it, right? And you know, if somebody else has already done it, you can probably do it too. So you can look at how they did it and be like, oh shit, like this is what's happening here and there. Especially if you pick another language you're also familiar with, then you can really learn, right? Because now I not only have I built a large vertical slice, right, of a version of OCaml of the ecosystem that I really want to use, but I've also learned so much about Go, about Rust, about Elixir, right? Like I know more deeply now how Tokyo runs than I did after a year of building a company on Rust, right? That used Tokyo. Um, and I think those learnings are sort of breaking down barriers in my head, because after a while it's like, if it's done in a language, then chances are you can do it too in your language, right? So you can go there, see how they did it, and come back and port it. Yeah. Anyways, so what I was going at here is that there is this a beautiful library that Faye Carson's, by the way, is working on to do generative art, and I would absolutely adore to use something like this, right, in an overlay that is interactive. So I don't know, by clicking somewhere, right, or by maybe dragging the mouse, then we can get an idea of like what people are, um, yeah, doing. I don't know, something. We can play around with this, but as soon as we have the data going in and out, we can do more interactive streams. Exactly. So I think that would be super fun. Oh shit! I can't believe I'm not following. You should do. I haven't really spent much time on White Panther stream, but I've heard really good things about it. So yeah, exactly. Um, all of this started with the Tej reaching out saying, "Hey, can we build some of these things? I want to build like a NeoVim extension, Camel, right? To let people on stream do things in NeoVim, like look at the file I'm currently on, which you can imagine can be extended to do things like, okay, you can, if you click here, right, on stream, then you actually maybe see the type definition, right? stuff like that, right? So yeah, problem we have here is that when you do start link, right, you make the server, but really we might want to just do a make that takes a base, right? So then we can just refer to the server here, right? So you have to create stores for the different things that you want to store in there, essentially, right? Key, and then type value. Do that or I'm not impressive. Okay. I don't know. I don't care much about that part. I just want to make more fun streams, you know what I mean? Like have things popping up, little camels walking around, right? That sort of thing. I think it would be a lot of fun to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want it to be interactive. So, like, just a very dumb idea would be, let's say you have these bubbles, right? And you have a way of creating the bubbles when you click, right? So maybe on stream, right? You can click on the screen, right? And actually get the ripples of a bubble to appear. Um, for example, something like that. I do think that the ultimate um, interactivity would be to also have an overlay on my screen here. So if you folks do something there, like point at something on my screen, then I also see what you're pointing at, right? Which could be absolute chaos. So there's a line there to be drawn between something that would make the stream interactive, right, and something that will enable, let's say, abuse of that interactivity. Like if you let people draw, they're gonna draw dicks. That's just gonna happen, right? So and people will get very creative in the ways in which they can draw things. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Like if somebody can click on the screen and just make a bubble, you're guaranteed somebody's gonna draw a dick with bubbles, right? Yeah, you can do things like that. We can use other things like I should say the status, the mods, VIPs, right? Maybe even redeem something, right? So if you redeem points, then you get access to boom. Now you can draw something on screen or whatnot. I would draw dicks on every streamer's face. Jeez. Riot, what are you doing, man? Grow up. Yeah, like Sabine says, we want to have like a list of allowed folks. Right, these are trusted sources. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to see our functor, and there will be a base, right? And it returns an interface with type. That is a wrong interface type, though. Trust me, bro. Hey, Diego. Yeah, this is Kid Bro. Okay, so that compiles. We don't need that anymore. So now we won't be able to do a start link, right? Like that. But we would be able to do, let's say, a test store, right? Oh, Ryan, thank you. Thank you for subbing, Sabine. Sabine. Is that the verb, subbing? I don't know. To gift, for gifting a sub to Sabine. I appreciate it. Hey, Nunes. Tudo bem, mano? Excellent. So now this actually works over strings, and we just need to start our store, right? With a test store. Store link. Boom. I wonder how much I would be able to Subin. uh, it would be hilarious if you could change the name of people in your stream, right? Just for the stream, of course, like within the stream. Because then I can start giving all you nicknames, right, in the stream. Like Dylan becomes OCaml Man, Ryan just becomes Ryan. Subin. Okay, dope. Now that we have that, right? We eventually want to do con send response, right? I don't think he evolves. I think it's just like Snorlax is no evolution, right? It's just Snorlax. And now now the Pokemon crowd is gonna be mad at me. So we get a value here. There's gonna be an optional string because that's what our store stores, right? And we want to serialize this to JSON, so we'll do certain JSON, right? To string pretty. And I think we'll need to do a serialize option. Where are you? Oh, we don't have that. Oh no. Yeah. Well, that's what it is. Oh, come on. I don't want to fix it right now. I want to do something else. Fine. I'm gonna go back to main. I'm gonna install that there. This is Judas Priest, Turbo Lover. I think so. See, realize, don't we get that? I thought we would get some functions. Oh my god, the LSP is just killing me sometimes. We should have this. How do we do it here? Deriving serializer. There you go. So that works. So I just need to do value. What are you talking about? Maybe I need to install the new derive. It's already there. Okay, I think that was the problem. If I do option now, no. Fuck my life. I don't like this API. I don't like it. I don't like it. So we have a get. We'll do a put, right? And the value is going to be, oof, it's gonna look messy. We need to do a connection read body, right? The body is going to be the value. So we'll get the store first. And then we don't need to return anything here, input, but we need to do to test store put, right? Key value. So I want a combinator that's like read full body that just returns me the string, because right now this combinator has this shape, right? Yeah, it returns okay with the full body if it finished, but otherwise it has a more, so it can maybe read not the whole thing. So we won't be able to sort of incrementally parse things, which is good for large bodies, right? So now we're just gonna do con okay, like that. I'm gonna do put, right? And it's gonna be store key value, done. And we're gonna send a response okay with an empty body. Cool. So now we have get, right? We will add a put, post actually. I guess put is a good verb here as well, and we will be able to have that. So if we go and say 8080, right, store, and we do 1 2 3 4, ah, god damn it, what am I doing? Sorry, brain farts. There is so much latency. Oh my god, why there is so much? I'm gonna connect locally. 1 second. I think it's 19 or 119. And port. Hey, oh, hi Ninjatron. How's it going? Thanks for choosing us for the raid. How you doing? What are you folks building? All the questions. So, go. So same thing on both, right? Much anger. I just don't like it when things don't work. Cool. So we do a get, we get nothing, which is fine. So now we want to be able to do a put, right? And welcome raiders. So in the put, we want to be able to pass in some data, right? Like hello chat. Oh, that worked. Chat, do you see that? First fucking try. Welcome to OCaml. Seriously. Okay, so I think this store is gonna be fine. Is it perfect? No, it probably will become clunky in some ways, right? But at the very least, it allows us to, one, define what the store looks like ahead of time. So for our WebSocket Echo server, we will essentially define a channel, right? And the channel is going to have a name, right? And it will have clients or connections. No worries. Protein parsing from Zig to Rust. That sounds awesome. How did it go? And how come you're going from Zig to Rust? Like, what part is, like, everybody I hear that has written Rust for a long time is either mad at Zig from the get-go or in love with Zig. Okay, we have a clip here. Thank you, Sabine, for clipping. Yes, this is good. I approve. I approve of that. I love SIG, but since since the target is scientific compute. I can't read. Sorry. So far so good. I love Zig, but science the target is science. Since the target is scientific compute, Rust has better Python FFI. Yeah. But question: do you need Python FFI? It's like I haven't dug deep enough into the sort of scientific computing stuff in Python, but my impression is that most of it is just C and C++, right? And then Python binds to that. Or how does that work? Just by the way, we also have OCaml, a pretty impressive scientific computing library, right? Just just saying. You can go look over this. There's even a book by Liang Wang and Xianjin Zhao that covers all of the sciencey things. I don't know what kind of science you're doing, but I'm sure it's covered here. Look at that. The Python clients are for usage. Most of the clients are C, C++ with Python wrappers. Ryan, no, stop it. No more Elixir, okay? Stop promoting Elixir. Now, Elixir also has some really cool things here, like Elixir NX. That stands for numerical Elixir. It has some really cool things. I'm hoping that we'll be able to build this kind of abstractions for OCaml sometime soon, right? Especially Livebook. Like my evil plan here is that we want good WebSocket support, right? And good ways of running isolated pieces of OCaml code in the backend, so that we can have a Riot server, right? That supports a WebSocket connection. So we can have something like a Livebook. So you write a little bit of a snippet, right? And we literally grab that snippet, send it over the socket, right? And then LiveCaml, something like that. And then since we pack the compiler, we can just compile that bit of code, run it, right, and give you the results, right? But all of that stuff is running in the backend, so you have access to GPUs and all of these things, which is nice. But this is cool. There's more libraries than were before. I have tried though to build an actual company on top of an X, and I would say it was a little rough. The ecosystem was not as let's say it's not Python, right? Python has so much resources invested into it, right? That for the client side, it just sometimes makes no sense to deviate from that. But it's super exciting to see like they're actually doing this. It is growing every day, and I'm super happy with that. Can't wait to see where it's gonna go. But we had to write a lot of Rustler bindings to Rust libraries to be able to do like embeddings relatively fast, right? Stuff like that. The Dune lore. Karths, unfortunately, no. So if the library was built with LWT in mind, you're kind of fucked. You will have to undo a lot of their work. However, there might be a way, right? To I don't want to. I'm not going to do that, right? Like if somebody does that, that's great, but I'm not going to do it, right? To provide an LWT like or compatible API, right? That uses processes, Riot processes behind. Because a lot of the combinators that you have in LWT can be expressed in terms of actors and messages, right? So we actually have a task module that essentially lets you write a promise, right? A future. But it's really a process. So you don't have to think about that, and eventually it comes back with the results, right? I'm not gonna write that library. I don't think that's a good idea to put my energy into it because there's so much shit to be done on the Riot side, right? But hopefully that gives you an idea. However, if your libraries have, a core support and like a separate package for LWT or EIO and so on, then it should be pretty straightforward, right? To to build the binding from that core library into what Riot provides. This is excellent. I really love how the Elixir community gets behind stuff and they all contribute too, right? Same things. I don't even know what shape that is. Cool. So now that we have that, we can build our channel abstraction and build a connection, right? So clients, it's really gonna be a list of paths, right? No, no, not yet. Maybe next month. But I have. I'll be honest with you, Ryan. I have thought of that, right? Like I have thought of what it would take to do that work, and I think the first thing that we need is to get a slightly more flexible macro system, something that is not so strict as the PPXs are. Can definitely be done with PPXs, but I think it's going to be much harder. Primarily because I would like to be able to define a subset of OCaml, right? That is compilable to. Oh, fuck, you're gonna make me talk about it, aren't you? That is essentially like an X, right? This is not very straightforward to see from here, but somewhere here we have support for defn, and it doesn't. Okay, so it doesn't show you, but the numerical definitions like defn, right, are a subset of Elixir that's compatible with GPUs, right? And for that to actually be nicely used from the language, you want to be able to sort of redefine what let does. I'm not saying getting a special let operation like let star. No, you need to redefine what the AST for let, right, actually looks like and what compilation pipeline is going to have. Because you want to be able to restrict it so much, right, that you can build something out of it that can run on a GPU. So if you do that, then you will be able to express all sorts of things, right? In OCaml that can run in GPUs directly. So when people say Elixir runs on GPU, yeah, it does, a subset of it, right? It's not like you can have processes and messages on GPUs. No, that doesn't work. But yeah, it does all sorts of nice things. So that would be like the bottom layer. If you get that bottom layer right, you can build all of the layers above, right? Very nicely. But it is really hard in OCaml because I feel like there is no unified sense of aesthetics for the platform yet, right? Like this is how this works. If you import nx-defn, right, then defn, then just lets you define a function just like you normally do in Elixir. But this function will be compiled to run on GPUs. Really cool stuff for real. But it'll ruffle a couple of feathers, which I'm okay doing. But all right, so we have channel. We'll do a module store here, right, for the channel, and that store is just gonna be from strings, right, the name, to value channel. So then we'll be able to spin out the channel store, right, and do things with that. And I think actually going to call this a channel manager. So we can do a start link, right? Actually, I'm going to make this an application. And we want to... We will want to supervise, so start link, right? And we'll do child specs. And we want to do store, right? Start link. I think I will want to be able to put this more easily in a supervisor, right? So I might actually do a child spec here. Hello, what can I use you? Big hill, OCaml LSP. Let child spec. It's gonna be supervisor. I said. Oh my god, seriously, child spec. Come on. Evolve. No, I don't wanna. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Thank you very much. We're going to build a child spec, and to build a child spec, we have a function to call, and we just need to give it a function like that, right? And that function is going to be start link, right? And we need to change that, and we'll give it that. So this is just a data structure that defines how to start this child, right? In the presence of a supervisor, and how to restart it. So if we do that, I think that should be fine. And we might just need to change the type in Riot MLI. So gen server. What's the problem now? Line 903. Okay. Cool. So key value store line 31. That needs to change. I think I should compile. Doing format, amend, no edit, pam install Riot. So we should have a child spec here in a second now. What are you doing? Formatter. What the hell are you doing? There you go. Cool. So now in our top level application, right, we start our endpoint, which is fine. And we'll also start our channel manager. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can start it as a separate app. Cool. So we want to start a store for sure, but we also want to start. Ooh, small issue here, right? If we start a store like that, how do we know where it is? Right? Fudge. We will do something different. So won't be an app, that's fine. But I think we can put it as a children here, right? Dope. So going back here, we start our store, that's good. We want to do a couple of things here, right? We want an operation for connecting and for disconnecting a client, right? It is so Siam. I wrote a whole section of our live view reporting dashboard and made the code so beautiful. It's so satisfying. Taking some old ugly shit that was done in a stupid way and just making it nice. I absolutely agree with you. 100%, 100%. I feel the same way about the layout of this apartment. It is some old ugly shit that was done in a stupid way, and I really want to make it nice. Yeah. Seriously, it's just like the absolute worst. I don't understand why they did that. You have a whole wall in the middle of the living room, right? That is meant to split like a hallway from a kitchen. But it's like, dude, this is a one bedroom apartment, right? Like the bedroom and the main room and so on. You don't need more division. It's just gonna eat up the space, right? You need an open floor plan, something that actually actually lets you use the few square meters you have, right? It is gonna be crazy expensive though to do that remodeling. So I was gonna do it last October, and then I got the quote, right? Yeah, I would myself, right? Back in Argentina, growing up, my brother and I we helped my dad with one of his companies that he started. That was a construction company, so we did a lot of woodwork. We did a lot of like tearing down walls, stuff like that. So I'm super happy to grab a sledgehammer, just like tear the shit out of this thing down and do it again. I can't, and it's not because I'm not capable of, but because of the regulations here in Sweden, right? Um, yeah. So after I asked for permission, right, to the board of directors of the not directors, the board of the we have this thing called a bostadsforening, which is like an apartment company, right, that owns the building. So I don't really own this apartment. I own shares in that company essentially, right? And I asked permission for it, and they asked me they want to see a plan, right? So I sort of did a little draft of what the remodeling would be, and they asked me to have it sort of have a quote from a licensed sort of construction company, right? That will come here and do the work. I'm like, oh man, like why can't I just do it? I was like, no, no, you have to get somebody. So I asked around, and I got a couple of quotes. It's super lame, super lame. And this is a 48 square meter apartment, I believe, maybe 45. I forget. By a yeah, exactly, yeah. Um, and the remodeling here, right, would cost me like 50,000 euros, which is insane. Like for that kind of money, I might as well just put another down payment for another apartment with a better layout already. But yeah, just like you say, like grabbing some old ugly shit. I don't know if a license is gonna be 200 bucks here, right? But I can have a look. Um, but just as you were saying, like just grabbing some old ugly shit, right, and making it nice is so rewarding. Like just sometimes not worth the cost. Yeah, or the cost is prohibitive. Oh, you gotta love it when that happens. I'm actually okay with more code. Obviously, I'm not talking like 100x times more code, right? But let's say even a 2x would be fine as long as the new code is just significantly easier to walk through, right? Like the original IO engine for Riot was a single module, and it was kind of like a big function, right? One big function, maybe 600 lines, something like that. Actually, maybe much less. Um, and Gluon is a lot more code. Honestly, it's like more files and everything. But Gluon is so easy to reason about. This is like 900 lines. The C was the same in both places, so we can remove that. So it's maybe, I don't know, 3 times more code, right? But it's faster. It's much easier to think about and look into and just refactor and whatnot. So to me, that's a win. But generally speaking, if I can do the same thing with less code and it will not affect readability, will not affect maintainability, right? Or speed, then I'm more than happy to use more code. Okay, so we have our little server there. Motherfucker, if we have a channel manager as a process, we don't actually need a store. I can just make this will be the state, right, of the you know like that channel list. So we will just init and just do a new state. It's gonna be channels hash table make great. Now you know what? I think we're gonna use the store. I think it's good to exercise it. loop with the state. So when a connection starts, we want to register it here. So we're going to have a little message for that. And we're going to get a PID in a channel. So and I think that's all we need right now. No, we also want to broadcast, right? And we want to send a message. So in our loop function, right? We're just gonna match receive, and we're gonna wait. If we get a register, right, that has a channel and a client, then we're gonna call handle register, right? And this is gonna be state, sorry, state channel client. If we get a broadcast of a message, then we'll do handle broadcast. State message, right? Anything else, we'll just loop. So we can do handle register, state channel client, and we want to actually grab state channels, right? And do store a put, right? And we'll do channel. And we want to get the clients first. So clients is going to be store get, right? State channels, channel. And we'll just append client to the list of clients, which should be an option list. So channel. Alright, that will be the channel itself. So we'll do channel is going to be itself, right, with clients. That's going to be client and channel clients. So we're extending that list. And then we just put the channel back. Channel name. Right, so we're going to do a match here, and if we get none, then we'll do a brand new channel, right? Channel with clients. It's going to be a list of clients, right? So we initialize that. If we get some, then we get a channel here, and then we can just do Chan. Right, like that. And we can insert it, perfect. And then we do handle broadcast. And we get a state and a message, and we essentially want to do store oh, nice. People try to put us down just because we get around. My generation, yeah. I guess we should have a scan. I think a scan would be fantastic. So we can scan over the table, right? But right now we can do get all, right? And we can do list either, right? And then we have a channel. Oh no, actually, when you broadcast, we definitely want to know what channel you're broadcasting to, right? Channel. Sorry, much easier to do this way, right? Channel. And then we get the clients, right? Channel. And we can do channel clients, right? And ether, and we get a client. A client is a PID. So we can do send client message. And that broadcasts. I hope I die before I get old. Generation. Talking about. Hey Amit, how's it going? Doesn't like it. Why don't you like that? That's because this. Okay, so we have a little channel manager there. I think I'm gonna put that in a different file. I am not talking right now, but it could be. What about now? What do you say? Gypsy down. Okay, so we want to do some high-level APIs here, like register, right? If you use a PID, then we'll figure out where we are and do everything for you, right? Dope. So we'll do send my name. On the name will be Chan Manager, right? And the message will be registered, right? And we need to know the channel as well. So channel client. And we want to do a broadcast as well, and we'll do message and channel, right? Cool. Okie doke. So I'm just gonna add an interface to this thing because there's so much stuff I don't want to expose. I just want Starlink and these two things, right? So that should be enough. Now in Bazaar, when we do register, right? Let's see if that compiles now. Yeah, so 1110, Starlink. Right, this is called Channel Manager. Cool. Okay, I guess we don't really use that. That's fine. Okay, so we have our channel manager, broadcasts, it creates a new channel if it needs to when you register for the first time, right? All good. And it's using our new store for actually holding the information separately, which is great. Cool, so now when we connect to the socket, right? We wanna, I think we wanna start a new process. So if we go back to our skillish, let me see what that is in reference to. I still don't know what to. He's got good reasons. He's got good reasons. One of them being the skill issue, right? Yeah, we want the handler. I think I'm gonna call this like Twitch session, right? So the with we're pretty far in actually. So we got this thing here, right? With a little say hi button that maybe you can, hopefully you can see from there. I'm gonna try to zoom in a little more, but I don't know if it's gonna do the right thing. That bottom is a custom extension that we built, right? And that extension is connected to a socket on a server that's running Riot and the Riot stack. And when you click here, it actually sends a message to the server, right? It processes it. It's coming back into the iframe of this extension that Twitch lets us put on top of the view, right? And then it's printing out something like that. And it's pretty fast, I think. I haven't measured, but we're now trying to connect multiple people together so we'll be able to click on say hi and broadcast that message to everybody that is connected, right? And I think some of these primitives are going to end up in lower layers of the stack so people don't have to rebuild this, right? So essentially, we will have something like, Riot pops up, right? So we build a channel manager, we build a store to sort of channels and be able to access them. And we're going to be using the, I guess we could start a channel manager here. Just use that register. Hello. Interface, I registered you. There you go. Register yourself, right? And this will be, we don't have a lot of information right now, so I'm just gonna say Twitch, right? The channel, it's gonna be that. So when we connect, we should be able to register, right? And then when we get a frame that we're handling, we want to be able to do broadcast. and broadcasting actually takes a message, right? So something like that, right? Now, the problem is that when we do this, we are going to get back um, a Riot message, right? That is sent back to us. But we're not really handling the message anywhere, right? We only have a little handle frame function here. My gut tells me the right way will be to have a handle info here that just receives a message, right? Hey, Vinny. No, I'm using Fugitive, I believe. Ooh, it's been a while. .files, plugins, Fugitive. Yeah, Vim Fugitive and Git Gutter by Airblade and Tpop. Yeah, Git Gutter. Thank you very much. I think we will need definitely some debugging tools, right? So I've been trying to build the logger so that you can, enable the tracing, for example, and get very low level traces, like at this level. Um, and I think we can consume some of that information and put together a page. But there is a lot of runtime information in Riot, right? Like we know what processes are alive, we know how processes are linked together, right? So we should be able to build things like, for example, the process explorer that Erlang or Elixir have. So you you connect into the Riot runtime, right? Thank you, thank you so much. We need. I have a very basic dot file setup, right? But I appreciate that you like that. Uh, I'm mostly focused on my dot files in sort of having something that's minimal, that is easy to replicate in different places, right? And that is fast, right? So in this Linux machine, I think time. What was it? I was running the other day time CSH. Yeah, like that, right? And CSH takes, I don't know, between 13 and 25 milliseconds, usually around 15 milliseconds, right, to start a new shell. So I'm really happy with that. So yeah, I mean, I think if we have some of that information, we can definitely put together a dashboard, right, for Riot that shows you, hey, this is how things are going. This is the amount of memory you're using, right? These are the processes you have, right? Um, and I would absolutely love that. It would be so useful for debugging, and it can be built on top of this WebSocket stuff that we're doing, so you get like real-time updates, right? I don't think hot reloading is any close, or honestly, it's not one of the goals right now, right? Um, it's kind of tricky to do, right? Because you may change the types in a way that when you try to reload something, it's just not compatible anymore, right? So to do hot reloading properly, you would have to ship the sources, right? Compile on site and see if it fits with the entire system as it is. So I think it's more trouble than it's worth right now. We may in the future explore that better, especially if we want to be able to run some of these things on satellites and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think it's a long shot right now. It's a moonshot. Okay, so we have that, right? I definitely think we need a better debugger experience. Yeah, we can actually build. I think we can build a pretty decent debugger for Riot, right? Because we control where when a process continues and stops, right? Um, so we could build into our and I have explored UTOP and looked a little bit at how it works internally to see if we can build a REPL for Riot, right? That is more suited for the kind of computing that we do, spinning up processes and stuff like that, right? And I think there is room there to explore and see how we can build a debugger that lets you stop processes, right, at any point in time, whether with breakpoints or something like that. Yeah, I, I'm something that's really interesting to me is doing tracing, right? So being able to spin up the REPL and say, okay, I would like to see information about what messages are being sent between processes, right? And what those messages look like, right? And say like, okay, I put a little expression that defines a pattern for messages to match, and then I just run the program and I just see the messages there. There is a lot of room for exploring this thing, so feel free. By all means, go ahead, hack on stuff, right? PR is very welcome to Riot, or if you want to start your own project like that we can use with Riot, super happy to look into that and support it, right? So I want to ask Ryan a question. Do you know how the live views take messages from all the processes? My guess is that it would be just a handle info call, right? Handler. Have you used LLDB? I have. I use it for debug things when things go wrong in OCaml, and I think recently I had some posts about that media. Here, this was me using LLDB to debug segmentation fault. If you send a message to a live view, it's handleable. Perfect. That sounds really good. Do you? Hmm. What about a socket when you use WebSock, right? Right. Yeah, that's sort of what we're building here. Pops up more than Phoenix channels. I'm just wondering how do they hook up, right? The process receiving a message with sending a frame back in the WebSocket. we're gonna have a look at that. Plug router. Actually, we have WebSock. That's a different thing. No, WebSock Elixir. Right. Let's see. Ah, okay. So this API would define that. Yeah, that's fine. So we just need to extend our little WebSock here, right? So we go into sock. We will need to have a different API for that. So we get a term, so we get a message really, right? Message we get a state, and we return something like this. What I'm worried about is that we don't have a good way of changing state as we go along, right? Yeah. So we may want to actually add the state to each one of this. Hey, Vinit, you want to change the music or something? This is Baba O'Reilly by The Who. It's only a teenage wasteland. So the results we have are either push, so you send a message back, right, to the socket, reply, which is both sending a message to the socket but also replying to whoever sent you a message as a process, I guess. And then we don't really have continue, we have OK. I think we inherited continue from where? Bum, 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 so you need does take that. Interesting. Okay, so we'll do the basic here. The thing we need right now is to be able to push, right, some frames and get some state updated. Or rather, not even that. We just need to push some frames. So that should be enough. Format to build. And we're missing that. Perfect. So we can do include sock default. And And just like we have that, we will have a handle frame info, right? But instead of info, we'll get a message. You won't get a connection there. And we'll get a state. They did. Okay, cool. I like Robot Chicken. Haven't seen it in a while though. Cool. So that builds, right? And before I forget, we're gonna go into trail, issues, new, fix sock handlers to return a state. Currently, they don't, and they should mimic where the hell are we? This would be a pretty good first issue. So the question is, where the hell are we using that, right? Nightcrawler. Right, so I think that part here is done, but we need to fix this in the socket pool, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, in the socket pool, we will actually do the swap. Or maybe not. Who the hell calls handle frame? Not here. Maybe Nomad handles that? It does. Right, and this is the process and it's being run by Atacama. So Atacama calls handle data, but we need Atacama to also have a handle info call. So we can say handle info call goes from the process to your process, which is an Atacama connector, right? Into the Nomad handler, into the Trail WebSocket handler, and so on. Devastating Black Nightcrawler. Hmm. So this loop here, right, is handling the connection itself. And this is the process that is running all of the code from Atacama all the way up to the socket module, right? So in here, when we do a receive, so when the socket pool, right, receives a connection, what? No, I didn't say that. But this socket pool receives a connection and spins up one of these processes, a connector. And in this loop, right, we want to sort of race, or more likely just check what happens first, right? Um, get a message from the mailbox, and if we have one, then we call handle info, right? And if we don't, then we call receive, right? So I need to figure out, I don't know which one will have priority over the other one. But we roughly want to do match, receive, right? And then we do after here. And we'll do something ridiculously short, right? Like 1000 nanoseconds. And if we get a message, right? Whatever that message is, then we're going to call handler, right? Handle info. And we're going to give it the message, right? And the context, which I believe is the state of the handler. No. I never talk about OS processes. Never, ever, ever, right? Every time I talk about processes, I'm talking about Riot processes. Ooh, Slipstream. Let's have a look at that. By the way, Ryan, I've got an issue here if you want to take care of it. It should be super easy, right? Just change the return value from the socket handler to be more like this. Ooh. Inspo. This looks good. Slipstream. Backed by Mint WebSocket. Interesting. Nice. A man on the silver mountain. Yeah, so what I'm missing right now, what I'm trying to implement is support for this handle info, right? So you can get all these out of band messages, right? And do something with them. Because the rest is there. Like we can push things into the socket and stuff like that, right? And this API would still require me to implement something like handle info. See you soon. Have a good meeting. And if we get the receive timeout exception, then we'll just do try receive, right? Con handler context. So we can do a match here, and if the handle info comes back with an OK and a new state, then we'll loop connection handler context. And we can do and try receive, right? Con handler context. Wait, where the hell is handler coming from? Oh, that's the module handler. Okay. Handler, like that. Yeah, we're missing, definitely missing that here. Handle info, it's just gonna get a message and the state, right? And we're gonna do continue with state. So I think the types maybe are fine here. Okay, continue state. We just need to expand them on the other side. Don't you hesitate at all. I think I want to call the handle message. I don't like handle info. Handle info seems weird. Like, why is it info? if that's what it takes. What's my thoughts of watching the OCrab? I love that name, OCrab. OCrab. Rust. Okay, yeah. How far do you think it could go for a full-fledged libc transpiler? So here's the thing, right? Like we don't need much, right? We need constants, and we need to be able to follow the module structure, right? So that we can quickly scaffold all of the modules that we need, right, in the right order. Unfortunately, right, and this is why I don't like, or one of the reasons I pushed for having an intermediate representation instead of generating code as we read the AST, right? The the way the module system works in Rust means that you can define something at the top of the module and access it below, right? And have circular dependencies within a module, and we don't have that in OCaml, right? So we will want to, when it comes to that, right? When we parse the Rust libc module structure into that tree, we will want to do a few passes over that tree, right, to fix that, so that we actually have, right, a flat or a DAG, right, dependency tree of everything. Um, so then we can generate the code. Because otherwise, if you try to do one-to-one, you're gonna run into issues that it's gonna generate code, but then it won't compile, and you'll have to manually fix that by moving modules around, and it just defeats the purpose of, right, having this tool. So the constant thing is the first one. The second one I think is important is the modules, so that you can scaffold the libc. And once you have those two in place, then I think the last one is to actually grab the external definitions they have and turn those into externals, right, first. Once the externals are in place, then it's a matter of actually writing the C code, right, that binds that into OCaml. And that's something that might be generated as well. Like, I don't mind. Um, but I think it would be a lot easier, right, to start in that order. Like constants, right? Once you get that perfect, now you do module structure. That's going to be a hard one, right? If you get past that, then go for the externals. If you get to the externals, or when you get to the externals, right, then we can sit down and write the C code once. That's it, right? It doesn't need to be regenerated at all. And if you get a new external because they updated something and there's a new syscall, right, then we still need to add. Yeah, we don't have that. Things are usable in the order they are defined. You have recursive modules, you have recursive definitions as well, right? But you can't make everything one big fat recursive definition, right? It's actually, I think, one of the reasons that the OCaml compiler is really fast, right? Because as you go compiling code, you can assume that if you have not seen the things you need, they're not there, right? And if they're there, then you can move on. You know that you don't need anything else um, than what's been defined before you. I think Nomad will fail. Oh, it did not. I guess we're using the default. Thank God. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, exactly. So that's great because now we can actually do in the WebSocket handle message, right? And then we'll get a message and we'll get our state, right? And we can call trail sock handle message, and we'll do message state. I think we might want to extend this to include the connection as well. Yes, I built a startup on Rust, and we built a build system called Warp here, and this is primarily Rust. To this date, I have not seen a build system as fast as Warp. But you know, it's very hard to build a company around a dev tool. So, and I think we have maybe 20, 30,000 lines of Rust here. Tons of things. What don't you like? This expression should not be a constructor. The expected type is that thing. Right, because this actually returns either continue, right, or halt. Yeah, if you don't start splitting your crates, you're going to suffer. Hey, Obolinux, thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you start growing the same crate, right, then compilation time starts to suffer, and you want to be able to split your compilation units, right, in separate things. So the compiler can say, well, we haven't touched any of these auto crates over here, so it's fine. Still, you have some issues, like sometimes you will change something in the that is heavily connected in the build graph, and then it will trigger a big recompilation, but that's just, it's inevitable. Oh, excellent. So hello world, right? This needs now our handle message, because it's not including the include trail sock default, right? If it does, it will compile. Perfect. So we can do tune format here. Excellent. So now, now we can do let handle message, right? Message state, and if the message is broadcast, right, of a frame, then we'll just do push frame. And if it's anything else, we'll just do continue state. I think that's the right API, but no. How am I gonna get a connection if I don't have a connection? Fuck it, we're gonna have to fix that. So push, right? Continue with state. And if we're fixing that, we might as well fix it right. So when push message state, that's fine, right? We want OK state. Continue is fine. I think we can do OK instead. Same for here. We want stop. I don't know what all those messages mean, but they're a way of closing things, I believe. Well, you were too slow. And I needed it. I realized like no worries. The interface for continue asks for a connection, but handle message doesn't receive any connection, so I don't actually have, I can't reply with anything. So yeah, changing that to OK. seems to be. I have hours only lonely. Blood is vengeance, is never free. If my first clean, just crack it open before I open and lose my cool. Hey Veso, thank you very much. Whoa, 10 bits of cheering! Amazing. I think it's the first time somebody cheers. Hey Ethan, how's it going, my man? How you doing? All good, all good. Just a terrible sleeping schedule. Trying to stay away from caffeine and drinking more water. Yeah, here we are. Right now we're building some infrastructure support in Riot and the stack. I'm gonna try to go without monster for a little bit, but honestly, it's just I feel like I need it. I need to buy more. Yeah, two monsters today. Fuck you, man. Not like that. I'm here just like you can you can go through without a monster for a day. You're like, oh, I had two in the last hour. They're amazing. Oh, trying new coffee beans. Damn, the caffeine ate the life. You had zero in your life. One day more. One more day. One day more. From Les Miserables. Do you know that one? One day more for revolution. We will nip it in the bud. In a past life, I was a hard rock and heavy metal singer. Oh my! I'm gonna allow the comment. I I do enjoy singing. Not that I'm good at it, but I just like doing it. Yeah, I demoted it. Okay, that makes so much more sense. So when we call handle frame on your socket handler, right? And you come back saying push, and you give us like frames and some state, right? Then we need to return a slightly different, right, value. We need to have the connection there, right? And pretty much repack the handler. There's a time and place for everything. So at this point, right, we can do some of the logic that so far has been in Nomad. So look at this here, right? In Nomad, we get data. We sort of have this nice stream unfolding, right, of the data and deserialize frames as we can. And as long as we have frames, we're gonna call handle frame. So one by one, the frames are being sent to the handler module, which is the thing here on the left. And then this thing comes back and says either okay, right? Here's the connection, here's the state of the handler, which we don't really thread nicely, which I'm worried about. Or if we say here's a bunch of frames, right? Then we actually send the frames. But it really feels like this logic for sending frames needs to be in here. Because at this point, we're saying handle frame, right? And we want to come back and say, is the connection still open? Yes or no, right? And we want to update the state internally for the actual socket, right? The handler. Ooh, you got me there. Let's see what my font is. I have a weird combo of fonts, so I'm gonna copy that right now, right? And see if I can send it on chat. That's a terrible answer. I am really sorry about that. Let me do that again in small chunks. So I have my main font family is this, and I have an italic font family, this, and I have a bold italic font family set to this. Now, I don't know which one is actually working at any point, but this is my setup. This is what I have. So we can actually update the command at some point. And I've configured those through Kitty, which is my terminal. Okay, so we're closing in 3 hours, and I love that, and I definitely have a lot of energy to keep going, right? But I also need to eat something. It's already updated on my Kitty. I'm not sure what that means, but I think I have it on the settings file on my dot files, right? Let's see. Kittyconf. Yeah, should be somewhere in here. Font, family. Yeah, there you go. No problem. I don't really have a lot of config here. It's mostly just the comments of the standard file, which I leave because every now and then I go and look for it and go like, okay, what can I change? Like recently I disabled, I did the background opacity, which I really dig. I don't know why it's not working here though. It usually works. Background opacity. Anyways. Yeah, I still remember the first times I booted a machine into a terminal, right? I was trying to set up Linux on this really, by then it was like oldish, but not that old, Pentium 2, the ones that used to come with big cartridges. So the CPUs were actually cartridges, which is crazy. And Ubuntu would take weeks to arrive when I ordered the CD, right? So I decided to download Debian, the NetInst, which must have been like, I don't know, 80 megabytes or 120 maybe tops, right? And it took maybe a week to download with the shitty internet we had there. And eventually I had it, and I installed Debian, and it boots, and I'm like, oh my god, this is it, right? Login, and just that, like, the login screen was just saying, like, login, and you type root, and then you put the password, and just go in. Nice. Yeah, I think for me it was a little earlier, maybe 2004, something like that, but around the same time. It's like not significantly different. Like it would be, I think, from let's say 2008 to 2016, there has been so much change. It is insane, right? It's amazing and also a little worrying. What's Twitter yapping about? I edited this picture to show that I won a keyword, which I did not win, but it's okay. It's just funny. I had spent so many points. It's redeeming that shit. No worries, no worries. Have a good one. Okay, so what were we doing? We were wondering if we need to send the state of the sockets first, right? The frames here. Right. Okay, so we can do that. We can just return, right, the frames in push like that. And we bundle up the state into the handler. So when you do frames, you get the frames, but you get also the new handler, right? And we want to do state, right? It's going to be state with handler. Is that Thorbjorn? Thanks for the follow, Thorbjorn. Yeah, it's gonna be the same there, except that we don't actually have a connection. So we'll just do. Ooh, how do we deal with that, right? No, we need a connection here. If you're gonna give us a socket like that, then you have got to give us the connection. Handle frame is gonna be frame connection. Oof, okay, type errors. No cracking yet. Monday. Hello world. 23. What's the problem? What don't you like? Right, you want me to also return the state. That's fine, I can do that. Boom. Init also does not take a connection, it just takes the state. So we'll just return the state here. Perfect. And now what does it say? It says that we have okay, not continue. Perfect. And do we even have okay? Push frame state incompatible. All right. So interface line 84. Handle message returns that, which is okay. Push frame an error, and this is complaining that it does not support right the things that we have here, which makes sense because the ones below actually return more, right? So line 125, handle message here doesn't return that. Oh, sorry. Dummy me. We just need to grab these things, right? These are the defaults. So the defaults we can very quickly fix up because they just take a variant, right? A variable for the error and for everything else. Perfect. So now we go into line 92, right? We have initialization here, and this is saying that, but we want to say this, right? Like not quite. Hey, Captain Seaman Pie. What? Captain Sean Maple. Sean Maple? I am so sorry. Captain Sean Maple. Sean Maple. Cap Chan. I read too fast. I read, yes, really wrong. Hey! It happens, okay? The screen where I read the names is really far. The letter is really small. And I'm getting old. It's a good laugh. It's a good laugh. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. How do you find us? Did you stumble upon the stream on the list of programmers on Twitch? You got a link from somewhere? So line 34 here. Of course, yeah. As Calming Chaos says, I think Calming Chaos is too long. Can we shorten it, like maybe to the first little bits of your the words, like Kaka, Calming Chaos? Would that be okay? They were magnetically attracted to the awesomeness that is OCaml, obviously. 34. What don't you like? It is like right there. All right, this should be continue. My bad. Better. New error. 40. Same here. Perfect. So line 940 has a different complaint. Oh, nice. Yeah, I follow Pirate Software as well. Yeah. Thor has an awesome stream, naturally. Cool. So we are working with OCaml here. We write a lot of OCaml. We built a little stack in OCaml. The hell is Riot where I need it? It's called Riot. And I don't know if you what languages you code in. Maybe if you know of Elixir or Erlang or maybe even Go, right? Um, Riot is a scheduler for OCaml 5. So it lets you write OCaml programs like if you were writing Erlang programs or Elixir or even Go programs to some degree. So you spin up a bunch of these processes, which are like very lightweight. So it's more like green threads rather than operating system processes, right? And you make them communicate with each other and do tons of things. And we're building this stack from the bottom up, right? A socket pool layer, right? An HTTP and WebSocket layer in the middle to handle all of the protocols there, and application middleware framework so we can sort of define web apps, right? Saying like, okay, I want to use this kind of body parsing or this kind of login per requests, and I want to do this kind of routing and stuff like that, right? And to exercise all of this stack, we're building an extension for Twitch. So you might not be able to see it very well because the styles are shit right now. But this little button over here, right, that I think is right below the chat. So I'm going to move things here to the left. This little button there, right, actually allows you to use an extension that we are developing. And it puts an overlay on top of the stream. And you can interact with that as a viewer, right? So the idea is that you'll be able to interact with this button. Like in this case, the button say hi. If you click it, it goes to a server, right? It comes back. Oh, shit. And it does something on the stream, right? To build more interactivity in streams. Coming Chaos, yes. Trail does have a router now. We wrote it 2 streams ago, I think. It's not perfect, but it does quite a few things right now. It has support for middlewares like use. It has support for scopes, so you can do scopes of things, right? Different methods. It has a tiny compiler inside, so it compiles the pattern matching to something reasonably efficient for now. And it also has support for defining socket endpoints, like an endpoint where you'll be able to connect the socket to. Oh, did we update the exam? I forget about that. Did we do that? Oh yeah, we did. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good example, right? You define a trail. This is like an endpoint for your server, right? With a socket there, a basic get, a scoped API with a bunch of things inside. That's what I get for missing a stream. Yeah, it is what it is. We move fast here. The captain says, I mainly work with ASP.NET Core. Nice C# backends. Nice, that sounds really cool. Have you tried any F#, by the way? Like you're living in that Microsoft world? Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. Okay, so going back to this, sock line 40, and we have handle frame here. This is the type it has, which is different than this one, I guess, line 98, yeah. Cool. And then we are gonna get to the next one, like 106 and 48. So we'll do the same. Grab the inferred type here. Sounds good. That should fail. So we can go back here and fix it. Dope. So now we have continue, right? And we'll get some A, which is a connection, right? And we'll get a handler here. So we can do a state with handler and update handler there. Line 85 still broken. Why are you broken? Because we do handle frame and we get a continue that has a connection and a handler, right? Line 4, perfect. So we can actually update both there. Is it not error? It is error of A, which is a handler. Oh no, A is a connection. Oof. Dummy. And we get a reason, which is an error there. And then we get push. And when we get push, we get the frames, and we also get the state. So we have to do this little thing that we did before, right? Gotcha. I've now my main focus right now has been learning APIs and different design patterns. Interesting. Yeah, I've skipped so much of the OOP stuff. Some by choice, some because I just didn't see, which is different than it not having any value. I didn't see value, right? And then later on, when I started getting deeper and deeper and deeper into FP, I was like, oh my god, design patterns are really useful, right? Just every community builds their own in some ways. Like in FP, we do monads, and you can call them what you want, but they are a design pattern, right? It's a pattern that people use for designing things, right? Um, and that is super useful. So, okay, I think we're missing, the problem here is that we are missing a parameter. This thing needs to get a connection. Ha! Much better. We go straight into the example that's broken, right? Example, hello world. And what does he complain about? We don't take that. We just return continue 0 here, and it's actually okay 0. And when we do handle frames, we actually need to pass in the state. Excellent. Excelente. Brilliant. So we'll add those changes to the handle message support, right? Install Nomad and go back to our little example app here. Brillante. So I guess some of this will still work. Oh no, we broke something. We broke it. Fuck! We broke something. RIP. It's so over, folks. It is the Everest. Mount Everest. Not yet. But soon. Not gonna make it. Let's see if I have money for food. So I think this is a bug in Atacama. The connector right has to receive, and the receive is this should be working. Um, you're just gonna wait 1,000 nanoseconds. Why are we not seeing that here? We see a connection accepted. We start a child in a dynamic supervisor. That's a connection pool. We initialize the connection. We receive read size, and then we switch to HTTP1. I wonder if it has to do with after timeout or not, right? What we don't want to do, we definitely don't want to do, right, is leave this unbounded. You know what? We're gonna run this with the runtime log level set to debug, and we'll see what's happening. My guess is that we're suspending the process, right, and we're not bringing it back up. So what did we change in the scheduler recently? So I don't see what's happening here. We do move the timers, so I would expect the timer to be ticking anyways. And if we are moving or essentially stealing a scheduler, a process from a scheduler, that means we are not hibernated as a scheduler. Hmm. Yeah, so the last thing we do is syscall, right? For this process, that's the one that's handling this request. And we register a token, and that's all good. Why is it seed 11 if we're on thread 12? Oh, it's stole it from 11? No, these are different processes. Let's see, 0. If there's a new way, I'll be the first in line. Huh. Misery. Let me check something. I'm gonna go into trace for the runtime. This is gonna be verbose AF. Okay, so at some point, nobody's ticking any fucking timers. Why? We should be ticking the timers. We have a bug. We have a bug in move timers, right? Not gonna make it. Yeah, not gonna make it. So when we move timers, oh my god, I forgot we did this. Oh, we need to log both timers and both schedulers that unlock things properly. Try to move. Whoa, what's happening? That was loud. And we do move timers, and we decrease the source timer count, and we increase the timer count for the destination. And we remove from the source, and we add to the destination, and we delete from the source, right? And we insert into the destination. But who's buying? P sells, but who's buying? So I think the last thing we should do is do the increment, because we rely on that a lot, right? Like that. Source or source, test assist. And the check for whether we can tick, right, is if the timer count is bigger than 0. So if the process had many more timers, right, we would be continuing to see started ticking, done ticking, right? Let me start Riot with no workers, and we'll see if that happens there. Because if there's no workers, there's no stealing, right? Okay, this happens here as well. You know, for the first time, if we're evil or divine, we're last in line. I don't like it. I don't like that it stops so suddenly like that. Seven left. Reverse. Oh my god, all of the timer tests are broken. Alright, we might need to fix that. Let's go for send after. We'll roll for the first time. Create timers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see the fourth timer. Why don't I see the fourth timer? We hibernate the first process, right? And then we run the second one. And the second one here will be the logger, which we are not actually seeing because we're not really logging anything. That's fine. Starting ticking 0 timers, don't ticking 0 timers. That makes no sense. Why are you doing that? If you have 0 timers, you should not be ticking anything. test also with a single worker. -6. What the fuck just happened there? I didn't get it. What the hell? Dang. We should have it logged down. This should not be happening. So I don't see the debug for the logging. So there is no process stealing happening, right? Make timer should increment. When did that happen? How did that get there? Oh, we are so back, chat. Okay, maybe not. Yes, we are so back. Woo! Yes! A little shelter. Okay, we have some weird thing there, but could be worse. Cool. So what we want to test, now we have that in place, is whether the message, right? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Whether the message will actually be broadcasted correctly and sent to everybody. Now. We can do that by changing the URL that this thing connects to, right? So it's open and we don't see anything more. So we send the switch protocols back, right? Cool, cool, cool. And now what? Like we're not getting frames or anything? We are definitely sending stuff, but it's just not arriving here. Maybe it is. Nope, it is not. Yeah, the eyes be focused. Have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know. We're not really getting to handle frame anymore. It kind of sucks. Nomad. Why are we not getting there? This has not changed. This is the same. What has changed is at comma, right? So we did that. Okay, that's good. That is very good. I'm gonna put a handle frame there. Because we should, yeah, nice. So we're handling the frame, right? And we're trying to actually send over the broadcast message, but we failed because we're trying to send to a message that has not been registered, which I dig. Ooh, great song. And channel manager, right, should have been registered. When we started, right, the first thing it does is it registers itself with that name. So I am confused. This is Led Zeppelin. A little older. My God. Nah, it's okay. confused. Why are you not finding that? Why are you not finding that? We do the registry call just fine. Unless the server is dying. Somewhere in the middle. We're failing in broadcasts, right? 21 broadcast, and this goes into handler frame. We do send by name. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. It's been a long time, in a long time, in a long, lonely, 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 lonely time. I'm not seeing it. What in the hell? Like, this is definitely happening there. And we're using the exact same name. Oh my god. Dummy. Dummy, dummy, dummy. Of course, when we do put something in there, right? Xstore put, we need to loop on the state. We need to loop on the state. We need to loop on the state. Repeat after me. We need to loop on the state. There we go. Much better. We have stuffed up now. Overriding timeout. What the hell is that? Okay. wonder if that check makes no sense. Cool. Okay, folks, I think that we do have yeah. So I'm actually gonna modify that so we see the difference. Goodbye, world. What? I cannot search for things. Oh, like this by code. No, what the? Who would do that? Give me name, Cherry. Cool. So I'll do that first, right? Okay, fine. First we'll do hello world, right? And then while that runs, oh no, it restarted the server. Right? Huh, that doesn't look good. Unexpected message. What are you talking about? Key value store inlined. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna try something here. This might be a little noisy. Hello, you can hear me now, and this is the other microphone that I'm using for keyboard. It's pretty noisy. I'm gonna mute myself for a second so I don't destroy your headphones. Yeah, so I was trying a different position, right, for this thing, so that it will come from the top of the keyboard rather than from the side. But unfortunately, when I put it from the top, it just gets a lot in the way of the screen. So I need to like move around to see things there. Hey, tech support, how's it going? Well, you don't like my Panda switches? Listen to them. It's pretty good, right? I call them fake Panda switches. And this is just before I actually play around, right? With the very smooth sound, yeah. Before I play around with like the actual equalization of them. So, okay, we can waste a minute here talking about that. If I bump the volume up a lot, though, you'll hear a lot of noise. You hear the noise? That's because it's a cheap microphone. But I think you got a little brighter there. So what is this? I don't actually like that much. I would like them to be a little deeper. High pass and what? No, high pass I like. Let's leave some of the lower end frequencies. But the high shelf, yeah. We're gonna do, yeah, I think it's wide, it's fine. Do you hear the difference? I think they're still a little bit punchy, right? Especially the ones here in the middle, right? So we're gonna pull back a little bit from the high frequencies. Maybe even a little more. And just get a like the really deep keyboard sound. What happens if we play around more extremely? These ones on the side, I love how they sound. The middle area though. So this is without the EQ. And this is with the EQ. It might not make any difference to you though. Can try a little bit of drive. Yeah, we're EQing the keyword. You want the EQ more than the other one? So no EQ. Hello world. And then with EQ. I like it better with EQ as well. I got a little bump here on the bass, right? So the low shelves actually. Ooh, look at that. I don't know if you hear that. Dun, 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 dun. It's like 105, 102. That's really nice. Then I think I'll pull this to 225. I'm EQing the keyword like I EQ my bass. I do like a bright, punchy bass, but usually I go for mids instead of something else. But then again, my favorite bass sound is a Rickenbacker. Okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so I don't forget. Taking it to the next level, EQ in the keyboard. So, what in the hell happened, right? We got an unexpected message when we did may put, right? We call put, right? And we got a message that was not the reply. So I'm confused. Something is happening there, right? And if we start the other server, then it goes back in. Okay. We get a wrong message there, and we can see that it comes from the broadcasting of Twitch, right? Just sending a hello world. That's good. It's good that we see that. So what are we doing here, right? We had a broadcast call for the channel manager, and we send a message and broadcast, right? Went in here, and found all of the clients, right? By making a call to get. And get actually makes a call to gen server call, right? Okay, so this process, right, is receiving another call before, and that is perfectly valid. It's just not something we want to deal with at this point. So we'll have to figure out how to do selective receives later in the future. I was thinking of another effect that we could use to say, when you say receive, you can specify, I want to receive this thing, and if it's not that, then blow up, right? Like we do now. But if I get a message, then I will just like to requeue that message, right? So requeue message. And what this effect would do would be to actually put this in the save queue, right? Of the process. So it will be pulled later. But for the time being, we can say PID like that. Goodbye, world. Just no more games. Okay, so we're getting closer there. We have some bugs in the way that we're receiving the messages, right? And we might need to implement the requeuing before we can proceed nicely. We could also handle this without the gen server in the middle, right? I think that might be the easier thing to do, to just get this up and running, and then revisit that. Okay, let me try that, because I think that could probably get that up and running pretty quickly. So instead of having that as a PID, we'll just have a string to PID, right? PID list, hash table. Hey Norton, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. What are you up to? It goes quiet. Why does it go quiet? We don't handle more messages. rabbit hole. Sorry, just started reading a message and just went deep into it. I'm gonna put an order for food, and I think after that we will commit this stuff and find someone to raid. You know, I really, really like soup when it's really cold outside. But for some reason, the delivery food, like takeaway story here in Sweden, Stockholm at least, for soup fucking sucks. There's like no places that do soup. There's like one ramen place, right? And it's like, yeah, you could maybe put ramen into the soup category, right? But I want like a hearty, I don't know, tomato soup. Impossible to get. I know you can make it yourself or whatever, but that's not the point. The pho is amazing, right? And there is there's one Vietnamese place that I've tried a pho here that it was like, oh, fantastic. Let's see if I can find it. Viem pho. It's closed. All of it is closed right now. No, I can't find it. There is one really good ramen place, but it's also crazy expensive. It's like if I order for myself, right? Let's say I get some shoyu and some spicy fried chicken as a side, right? And that's gonna run me. Actually, the prices are not as high as I remember. I might just be getting ramen. Oh yeah, I remember why. If you want an extra egg, that's like $5. So, all right, one order of ramen, right, with one extra egg, a portion of spicy fried chicken, and one can of Coke Zero, right? That costs me 325 crowns before delivery, right? And with delivery, that goes up to 363. And that's going to be 363 sec, like 32 euros or $35. And that's a meal for one, right? Uh, yeah. Food is expensive here. No, like the delivery was like, I don't know, $3, right? Uh, it will cost me like 32 to eat there. Yeah. Where are you at, Common Chaos? Oh, we don't do tips here, but that includes taxes. Canada. Okay, cool. Let's say if I go for Indian food, oh my god, the prices here are just insane. Let's see if they have vindaloo. I love vindaloo. I love that's the spices you can get around here. And food in the Nordics is pretty bland usually, right? They don't have like a strong taste culture. So usually I go for the things that they call mycket stark, which is like very spicy, but it's just okay. You know, it's like it's not crazy. So a vindaloo here, chicken with let's say three naans, peshwari, paneer, and garlic, and a coke. That is already 412 crowns. So I guess pushing on 39 euros, something like that. How much did I say? 412. No, 36 euros, right? Before delivery. And then with the delivery on top, that is 440. So 440 SEK to your, yeah, 39 euros. Something like that. I don't know. For eating at home, right? These are not like super fancy restaurants. They're just like restaurants around you, right? It feels like a lot of money. But alas, this is where I live. So this is where I eat. Lobster sandwich. Believe it or not, McDonald's is one of the most cost efficient um, deliveries here. Like for 400 crowns, you know, you can get food for a whole day, maybe two. All right, delivery set. We're gonna be waiting for a vindaloo, chicken vindaloo. Wait, what the hell did I order? Yeah, okay. Oh, I don't laugh. I'm just surprised that. Oh, this is brilliant. McDonald's fandom, and then you also have. This is excellent. Is it still a thing? Nice. I will be honest with you. I don't think I've ever sat down to eat lobster. I've tried little bits of lobster in like, you know, gatherings and stuff like that, but I've never eaten like a full on lobster. I have gone through. It's also fucking delicious. Yeah, not bad for the price. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you could fake that kind of meat, right? Because McDonald's meat is just I don't know stuff. Can't see the special being popular. You can crab meat. Okay. So then, is it? Are you? What are you buying really? Oh my god, we have more pictures. Jesus, this is creepy as fuck. I never liked Ronald, McDonald, McPizza, Mac Spaghetti. My god, are you fucking serious? I am so happy that they haven't gone into like Latin America with like Mac empanadas or something like that. We would have burned him down to the ground. Onion McNuggets. It's like chicken nuggets, but also made of onion. Red bean pies. You went to McDonald's in China? Dude, what is wrong with you? There's so much good Chinese food to have, and you eat McDonald's. Green apple milkshake sounds good, though. I like green apples. Can I play with madness? Yeah, it is. It's actually cheap. Like, there's the what's it called? Big Mac index, right? And they should roughly be the same place, the same cost everywhere, or something like that. This is still funny to me. Look, I'm not saying I'm gonna change keywords. I'm not saying I'm not gonna change keywords. I'm just saying, okay? So something's happening here, and I don't know what it is. And I don't like not knowing what it is. Keychron Q11 and Moonlander. I don't know what those are. Words. Okay, now I have to look up the Moonlander. Thanks, Ryan. What is this? No, I cannot use this. This is madness. Look at the key, the length to press. I'm just saying, like, unless you have health issues, spending time on this, I don't know what the ROI is. It's fun if it's like, I just do it for fun, right? Then go ahead, by all means, use it. If it's for medical issues, then everything everything is justified, right? I have the shittiest Mac keyboard ever, Apple Magic Keyboard. I have this one. Actually, no, it's an upgrade from this because I do have the fingerprint thingy on it, right on the top right corner. But that's it. That's the one. This one with Touch ID. What? 150? Jesus. Yeah, it is the fastest keyboard in the market, latency wise. Great, it's like zero 0.5 microseconds latency. It presses the keys the moment I'm thinking about it. And then we have a keychron here. I'm guessing you're going for all of these split keywords because of your wrist pain. I could never do that, man, because I am constantly like I move around the keyboard a lot, right? So I am pressing keys that you would normally press with your right hand, sometimes with the left one. Let's say if I'm holding shift, for example, or something, I need to press 7, I'm not gonna just do like a big extension of my fingers, right? To do shift 7 on the right. I could do shift on the left and then 7 on the right, right? But I think I mostly do shift on the right and then 7 on the left, right? Which is, I'm not, it's just, I don't know. People do things differently. That's what I'm trying to say. This looks nice though. The ones that I loved, that I maybe have still open here somewhere, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's ones that look like, they look like designer keywords. They have knobs and stuff in there as well. That must be fucking every keyboard you can think of. I'm such a noob here. It was recommended sometime yesterday, I think. Kinesis Gaming, Freestyle RGB. Nice. Yeah, I personally would never use that, but you know. I'm also a little insane for just using this thing, but whatever. I don't even use the US layout. I have a Swedish layout here. Swedish, svenska. What? It's not here? Well, it's kind of like the Spanish one, right? No, go back. Here, with that letter, that vertical enter. That's fine. You don't have to. Testing out your theories. They hold true, wise man. But then I would need 2 microphones for the keyboard, one on each side. I mean, they come in pairs, right? Like Samsung CO2 pair. We saw them before. I don't know where. Yeah, like that, right? This is literally the one I have with the box and everything. And this is the little stand they're on right now, and I'm pointing one of them to the microphone. Not quite there yet. I need more beer. So you can hear the keyboard from both sides. ZSA Moolander. Wait, I need to go to the history because yesterday somebody recommended a keyboard that was just fabulous. I looked at it and I said, like, "Oh my god, I need no, no fabulous keyboard." Alloy Origins. I think it's low free. No, I like the low free, but it was not that. How? This? No. Keyboard. Retro. No, I'm sad. I don't find it. It is not one of this, but it was kind of like this. It was a company that has like a geometric logo on the top left. And they are very hackable, like extendable and stuff like that. Hackable. Mostly harmless. Oh, look at that. Now that's a keyword. Knob design. God damn it. That looks nice. It looks like I have. This is very Apple. It's thin. I like that the keys are shallow as well. I dig that. Newfie, Newfie. Nice. So what is the you guys definitely know and can help me find it. We saw that company yesterday, right? It's essentially like the website looks kind of like this. On the left, they have geometric symbols like a circle, a square, a triangle, sort of thing. It looks very edgy. It also it reminds me of Teenage Engineering. I don't know if you seen that brand. The absolute worst website. Oh shit! The food is here in a second now. So I'm gonna go pick it up. In the meantime, you press 1 if you wanna raid or just wanna hang out. 1 for raid, 2 for hangout. Habemos food. You guys are the worst. Okay. God damn it, I have 0 room in this desk. Alright, so let's prepare and raid someone. Everybody to battle stations. Red alert. We're gonna go into Twitch. El Twitcho. We go Meta. He said he was gonna do a short stream though. Oh fuck the ads. Okay, we're gonna be raiding. I know, right? And it is Meta that we're streaming and seeing Meta stream and asking them if we can raid so you can see Meta stream on his stream instead of my stream. Anyways, enough of that. I'll come back later after food. Folks, have fun. Go be nice to Meta as well. Take care. Learn some nicks. Bye-bye.